This time I'd like to call the regular meeting to order. Clerk of the board, please call the roll.
Arencibia,
Present.
Lopez Zepeda. Here. Segura,
Here.
Solis,
Present.
Aguirre.
Here.
Excuse me. Oh, well, here we go. This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on matters posted for the special meeting and in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.3A. The board will provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the notice for the meeting before or during consideration of that item. Each person wishing to address an item on the meeting notice in closed session will have 2 minutes to do so.
There are no speakers.
If there are no further communications, I will recess the meeting for consideration of the following closed session items. 1, student expulsions, suspended expulsions, reinstatements, Education Code Section 48916 to 48918. Students ID'd by case and ID numbers. 2, public employee evaluation appointment transfer, Government Code Section 54957. 3, public employee discipline dismissal release, Government Code Section 54957. 4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956. And 5, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. We will now adjourn to closed session. I'd like to reconvene the regular board meeting. Clerk of the board, please call roll.
Arencibia?
Present.
Emerald? Here. Lopez Cepeda? Here. Segura?
Here.
Solis?
Present.
Aguirre?
Here.
Ringfield?
Here.
Thank you. We will now hold a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. If we can just keep in our thoughts all those who are suffering in this world. Fortunately, it seems to be a lot of people suffering and worse. So if we just keep those all those folks in our thoughts. Thank you. And over your heart, ready, begin. Thank you. The board met in closed session. Preceding this meeting discussed the following issues. 1, student expulsions, suspended expulsions, reinstatements, education code section 48916 to 48918. Students identified by case and ID number. 2, public employee evaluation, appointment transfer, government code section 54957. 3, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, government code section 54957. 4, conference of legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of government code section 54956.9. And 5, conference labor negotiator, government code section 54957.6. The board took the following action. Moved by Segura, seconded by Arencibia, to approve the reinstatement of one student with the vote of Arencibia, yes. Segura, yes. Lopez Cepeda, yes. Segura, yes. Solis, yes. Moved by Solis, seconded by Lopez Cepeda, to approve the appointment of Karen Hernandez as Director of Human Resources with a vote of Arencibia, yes. Emerald, yes. Lopez Cepeda, yes. Segura, yes. Solis, yes. Moved by Emerald, seconded by Arencibia, to approve the appointment of Julio Cala as Principal of Otay Ranch High School with a vote of Arencibia, yes. Emerald, yes. Lopez Cepeda, yes. Segura, yes. Solis, yes. Moved by Segura, seconded by Lopez Cepeda, to approve the appointment of Jennifer Barker Hines as Principal of Chula Vista High School with the vote of Arencibia, yes. Emerald, yes. Lopez Cepeda, yes. Segura, yes. Solis, yes. Moved by Lopez Cepeda, seconded by Emerald, to approve the appointment of Mary Rose Peralta as Interim Principal, Option Secondary School, Independent Studies with a vote of Arencibia, yes. Emerald, yes. Lopez Cepeda, yes. Segura, yes. Solis, yes. Moved by Lopez Cepeda, seconded by Emerald, to approve the request for leave of absence for one certificated employee with a vote of Arencibia, yes. Emerald, yes. Lopez Cepeda, yes. Segura, yes. And Solis, yes. Thank you. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda for the December 11th
So
20
moved. Second.
meeting, with the first considered board items K7, K8, and K9. Before public communications, do I have I just got a motion and a second vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So we can go right into the VEX, correct? Yes, the board is very proud to recognize the district's VEX Robotics League program for being honored with a Golden Bell Award from the California School Board Association. The Golden Bell Award recognizes outstanding educational programs and governance practice throughout the state. The VEX Robotics League provides an opportunity for students across the district to design, build, and program robots, and then compete against each other, other teams at the district, state, and national levels. It exposes students to 21st century skills in science, technology, engineering, arts, and math field. We are extremely proud of our VEX Robotic League on this for this prestigious honor. Please help me recognize Mr. Joe Amaro, coaches, and students from the robotics program. Coach Amaro, you ready to come say a few words, sir? Welcome, students. You can just line up right facing the audience. It's all yours, sir.
This evening are some of our students. A lot of our students are studying for finals, okay? And we just gave them like 1 day's notice to be here. But fortunately for me, I have Chad Pearson, who's the coach at Otay Ranch. Catherine Villaquette, who is one of our coaches at Launch Academy. This is the first year that Launch Academy has gotten involved, both on the middle school and high school level. Carrie Northram, who is our coach at San Ysidro High School. Both San Ysidro and Otay Ranch have been to Worlds. 2 years ago, we were very fortunate to have Rancho Del Rey Middle School go to Worlds, and they went all the way. Now, this is what going to that level is comparable to. Take a football team, wins their Metro League, wins CIF, wins states. Pretty impressive, right? Now, take that football team and have them compete against the other 49 states and 16 to 24 countries from the world and win Worlds. That's what that team did. They did that 2 years ago. 3 students from Rancho Del Rey Middle. They went all the way. They did that. 2 of those students the following year were on another team and won the highest adjudicated award that can be done, back-to-back 2 years in a row. That's what this program's about. Now, I could go on for hours telling you stories of where these students end up after they're involved in robotics. 90+% are going to be involved in some kind of STEM career. 90% of those are going to be involved in jobs that is with Amazon. We have young ladies who are now combat pilots because of what they did here first, learning how to do all the things that they learn how to do. And working for Amazon, we have students that, Mr. Pearson got a phone call a couple of months back. He said, Mr. Pearson, I put a satellite in space. That was one of our students, okay? So again, I would like to thank the board for your support for these students, for the things that they're learning and they're doing. Somewhere in the near future, I would like to, myself and some other key coaches, to sit down with the powers to be to see what we can do to go to the next level. This level, winning the Golden Bell, is extreme. And so I thank you for your support. I thank these amazing students for allowing me to be a part of it. And this is a collaborative effort. About 10 years ago when I got started, 7 years ago when I became the coordinator for the Metro League, high school and middle school, I was very fortunate to work with amazing coaches. We've had probably anywhere from 20 to 30 coaches that I've been involved with through the years. But these coaches will spend anywhere from 10 to 30 hours a week after they do their teaching duties to be with these students and change their lives. So that's what this program is about. It's about changing lives. Thank you for your support and looking forward to support in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Amaro. Any board members, before we go down and take a picture, does any board members have any comments about the program? Trustee Lopez, go ahead.
I would like to train to be one of your judges.
Okay, January 13th, Metro League Championships. Okay, I invite all of you to come and see, just for a few minutes. I know you have busy schedules, but I'm always looking for judges. Okay, so January 13th, January 20th, January 27th, February 3rd, we will have tournaments at Montgomery High School. I invite all of you to be there and come and see what our students are doing in our district. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, I'll just add briefly that I've attended a lot of your robotics competitions throughout the years and into the classrooms and seeing the work, and it's just amazing. I just love seeing that, and I could see how a student can take that to college and career, right? That's
Yes.
just something that just really could set them up, and I appreciate the students and all the work you do and competing and appreciate all the educators involved in making this such a successful event. And I have to ring this bell because it wouldn't be the same if I didn't ring this bell while you're all here, and then we could hold it, all right?
Okay?
Here we go.
Before you ring it, President Segura, we also have to thank the parents who
Yes.
are the transporters, Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, the going out and getting the pizza. Yes.
Thank you. Absolutely. All right, let's ring the bell, and we'll go down and take a picture.
That bell goes in there with the other bells. Yeah.
Okay. It's a big group. I'm gonna get a tight shot here, and then I'm gonna walk back and get a wider shot, okay? Let me just get a close up here. All right. I'm gonna back up. Here we go. Back up a little here. I have to Photoshop this one. All right.
All right, next stop, state championship.
Mr. Amaro. Can you do one just ringing the bell? A little video clip of that? Hold on. Okay, please. Go ahead. Go ahead. All right.
Okay, we'll move on to Dr. Getty. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Board President Segura. So I have the honor and privilege to present you with this recognition of your leadership as Board President during this most recent year. It's our opportunity to say thank you for your service. We understand that, this work is not easy at times, definitely cantankerous many times, but at the end of the day, it's about public service. And regardless of the issues, I think it's important that we take an opportunity to listen, to contemplate, to deliberate thoughtfully, and I think you exemplify all of those virtues. And so for that, I wanted to say thank you as you conclude your term of 2023 and your board presidency. So on behalf of the board and myself and the entire district, an opportunity to say thank you for leading us through this last year.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can do a picture. Yeah. We can do a picture.
Can I ring the bell again?
There's another one here.
All right. You guys ready? Here we go. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3.
Let me just add, this is the fourth one I received as board president, and when I started here 9 years ago, I would have never thought I would have been in the leadership role for four times, but it's been an honor and it is a lot more work, but I truly appreciate the board their support and their interest in me leading. And that means a lot to me. It really, really means a lot right down to my heart. And I appreciate my wife putting up with, everything and me being gone and all that. And I just truly appreciate this, and I appreciate all the work that we've accomplished this year as a board and with all the team, the board, all the staff, all the educators, and all the parents, and all the students, of course, and the community members. So I appreciate it. Thank you. And we have another one.
We do. I also have the honor and privilege of presenting Board Vice President Dr. Adriana Arancibia with a recognition as well for your service this year as Vice President. And again, the work that we do is ongoing. The work that we do is not always the easiest, but the work that we do is of the utmost importance for our community and to support our democracy at the end of the day. And so thank you for the work that you do in supporting all of our stakeholders, be they parents, be they staff, be they whoever they may be, at the end of the day, to have a voice and to have a process. And thank you for your service, because public service is greatly important. Thank you, Vice President Arancibia.
Okay, no, this will be our third time. Let's just get a picture of everyone. That's not a big deal. But I do want to say, I would really like to say first of all, I want to say thank you to Nick, because many times I'm kind of like, don't know where I'm supposed to be at or what I'm supposed to be doing. And he's been such a gentle, like, big brother in terms of guiding me to what I'm supposed to be doing. And, hey, you need to check out this at this conference, or you need to be there. It's also been like that, and so has Arturo and Marty as well. And also thank you to Moises, because he's offered us great leadership. I mean, in the sense that when I first started here, we were in a crisis point, and between Nick and Moises, we've been able to at least, be able to come out of it. And I thank you all for just being great colleagues. Isaiah, you too. Thank you for your supportive in nature and whatever we do. And it's an honor to serve with you all. And my wife, who is at home right now sick, I feel bad because we all got the same, cold, but many thanks to her as well. But thank you to all the staff members as well. You make this work. We all work as a team, and I hope we've been good to one another in terms of coming out of COVID and being folks that work well. Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
No. Everybody's an up and down, man. Just take it here. It'll be cool for me. Thanks. Thanks, Omar.
Thank you. We'll now have a report from our student board representative, Mr. Isaiah Ring.
Thank you. Good evening, all. I just want to start off my report with saying thank you, Mr. Hakala. Thank you for everything you've done for Children's High School, and thank you for everything you've done for me. And remember, once a Spartan, always. Okay, so last week we held an ASB President's meeting where we discussed school climate, school culture, and questions or comments to the board, or simply eating and discussing how all of our ASBs are doing. As we did have a week-long break in the end of November, our presidents did not have a ton to share, and today's report will be fairly short. Firstly, to commence the holiday season, our ASBs have been putting on holiday events, whether that's food fairs at Montgomery High School and Hilltop High School last week, a school-wide posada, and ensuring their language throughout their activities stays consistent with all December celebrations, not just one specific December holiday. As far as school climate, whether that's safety updates, maybe requests under questions for the board, the presidents have celebrated their assistant principals and campus assistants for being responsible and on task. Some of them citing that this is the least amounts of violence they've seen on campus throughout their high school careers. Montgomery High School has also been rallying other ASB presidents to introduce more Senate meetings where students plan spirit weeks, assemblies, and input on the framework of building more inclusive school culture. And finally, the ASB presidents, being mostly seniors who have just finished submitting their college applications, expressed that the college workshops and different senior guidance from counselors has been amazing. As I quote one of our ASB presidents saying, "Our counselors support our students in all the ways possible." That will conclude my ASB President's Meeting report, but just a tidbit from me. In the name of ensuring our communities and their voices are heard in the upcoming 2024 elections, myself, Board Member Emerald, and my personal advisor, Malia Holloran, on this initiative took a tour at the San Diego County voting office late last month, and will meet with the League of Women Voters later this week to be trained for the voter registration process, along with student volunteers, in hopes to begin these drives in the beginning of next month. So I'm excited about that and can't wait to see what we'll accomplish. That's all.
Thank you, sir. We'll now have a message from our superintendent.
Thank you, President Segura. Good evening and buenas tardes to everybody. Welcome to our final board meeting of the 2023 calendar year. Went by quick. As students are having their final exams, I want to make sure I wish everyone best of luck in your final exams. Make sure you're studying. Since our last board meeting, we had our Thanksgiving break, are preparing for the many winter holidays coming up. We also have a number of happenings across our district, which I just want to briefly touch upon. Most recently, this past Saturday, a number of us on cabinet, as well as Trustee Solis, attended Sweetwater High School's game where they competed against Colusa High School for the state championship. And while our boys came up short, I want to make sure that they know that our entire community, our school, and our district are so proud of everything they accomplished this year. Way to go, Sweetwater High School. Our board and I also had an opportunity to attend this year's edition of the annual conference for California School Boards Association. This year, as you noticed earlier, we did receive that coveted Golden Bell Award. It had been for the robotics program. It had been, I believe, since the early 2000s since we last earned that award. So thank you to all who participated. Great work by all the teachers, coaches, parents, students, everybody who participated in that. And there was actually even a validation visit of folks that came in to validate the program, so thank you for that. In addition, this year, Mr. Tchaikovsky, our Director of Safety and Security, and I we also had the opportunity to present at that conference regarding some of the best practices we're implementing in the area of school safety. So I just wanted to kind of make sure I said, way to go, John, and way to represent our district. Last week, we also had our Audit and Finance Subcommittee where we received information about the state of our district's audits, and it's great to hear that they are looking good and they're generally in good shape. Again, with more information to come later in this evening's board meeting. I also had an opportunity to attend the Imperial Beach State of the City by Mayor Paloma Aguirre. And I just want to say what a wonderful event and what a great job by Mayor Aguirre. By the way, no relation. And she's great job in Imperial Beach. We get along great, but no relation. And I would also like to extend a note of gratitude to our associations where we have arrived at agreement with us this evening. There'll be a number of them on the agenda, and hopefully this represents a sense of moving forward for all of our associations. Again, hopefully we can bring this bargaining season to a full conclusion with all of our associations soon. And before wrapping up, I would like to send my warmest wishes for this holiday season, be it that you celebrate Merry Christmas or Feliz Navidad or Happy Hanukkah or Happy Kwanzaa or any other holiday you may honor. May this be a time of reflection and family for everybody and also of rejuvenation and re-energizing. So with that, thank you, everybody, and let's look forward to a new year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, now we'd like to welcome Diana Borrego, DPAC President, and Ms. Marquez, the DLAC President.
Hello, good evening. I'm Diana Borrego. I'm the current DPAC president. So I think I started backwards. So I had it practiced in my head, but we're going to wing it. So anyways, I'm going to read a little bit. Distinguished board members and Dr. Aguirre, thank you for having me, letting me speak, representation of DPAC. So the DPAC and DLAC held joint and regular meetings from August to November of 2023. The topics discussed in these meetings and the recommendations provided by both DPAC and DLAC parent representatives are included in the following. So we'll start with August 2023. We had a joint meeting between DPAC and DLAC. So we had a presentation of the UC San Diego Extension Parent University and Education Opportunities. It was presented by Dr. Morgan Appel, Assistant Dean of Education and Community Outreach. Secondly, we went over presentation, a parent engagement overview presentation. This mostly addressed the school site council, DLAC, DPAC, and ELAC. We also had the DPAC and DLAC officer presentation, a presentation of community representative roles, and obviously we had our nominations. So moving to September 2023, we had our regular meeting. Both DPAC and DLAC reviewed the Title I Plan Overview, its committee purpose, and parent and family engagement opportunities. Also, the DLAC reviewed the Title III Plan Overview. Thirdly, the DPAC elected myself, Diana Perego, from East Lake Middle, Beatriz Sanchez Blevin from Mar Vista High, Samuel Lund from Bonita Vista High, and Rosita Haro from Montgomery Middle as the 2023-2024 Officer Board. The DLAC also reviewed committee and officer roles. They went in depth, which we appreciate. DLAC at this time had to postpone their elections at this time. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it off to Ms. Marquez, the president of DLAC, and she will go over October and November. Again, thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Eliot Márquez Arias, soy la presidenta que fue elegida de ILAC. Disculpen que no hablo inglés, no soy fluida, lo entiendo poquito. Estoy en la escuela de National Adult School y gracias por eso, porque en esa escuela estoy teniendo la oportunidad de mejorar en mi inglés porque quiero entender todo lo que ustedes dicen sin el traductor. Bueno, solo quería presentarme y decir los puntos que se presentaron en las juntas de octubre de 2023. Punto 1, tanto el DIPA como el DILAC revisaron el plan de control y rendición de cuentas LCAP y el plan de título 1 para padres de familia. Presentación y revisión de estudios DIPAC. Punto 3, el DILAC repasó el proceso de reclasificación. Los comentarios y sugerencias proporcionados por los padres se incluyen en el presente informe en las páginas 4 y 5. Los miembros del DILAC me eligieron a mí como su presidenta por parte de Sweetwater, Katia Padilla de Rancho del Rey Middle School, Larisa Vergara de Montgomery Middle, José Duarte de Bonita Vista Middle y Agüintila González de Mar Vista High para la mesa ejecutiva del ciclo 2023-2024. En el punto 5, los miembros del DILAC también eligieron a Aurora Murillo, Berta López y a Juan Vega como sus representantes de la comunidad.
Dear board members, I am a representative of National Adult, and I would like to tell you about our activities for October. Also, DIPAC and DILAC, they revised the control plan in the LCAP and the Title I plan for parents. Number 2, we presented and revised the new legislations for DIPAC. With DILAC on step number 3, we went over the process of reclassifications. Comments and suggestions provided by the parents are included on this report, and you can see it on page 4 and 5. The members of DLAC also elected Eliot Marquez from Sweetwater High, Katia Padilla from Rancho del Middle, Larisa Vergara from Montgomery Middle, Jose Duarte from Bonita Vista Middle, and Ms. Winchilla Gonzalez from Mar Vista High for the board for the cycle, for the current cycle 23-24. Is another thing that the DILAC committee worked on is electing Aurora Murillo, Berta Lopez, and Juan Vega as the representatives from the community. Now she's going to continue with the month of November.
En el mes de noviembre se presentaron los procedimientos de quejas de uniforme, la presentación y revisión de la meta 3 del plan de control y rendición de cuentas LCAP, la participación de los padres y miembros de la comunidad, los comentarios y sugerencias proporcionados por los padres se incluyen en el presente informe en las páginas 6 a 7. También se hizo la presentación y revisión de la política de participación de los padres. Los comentarios y sugerencias proporcionados por los padres se incluyen en el presente informe en las páginas 6 a 7. y a continuación encontrarán los informes del ILAC presentados por los representantes del DILAC.
Point number 1 was the presentation of procedures and regulations for uniforms. Number 2, presentation of revisions of goal number 3 from LCAP. The participations of parents and members of the community, comments and suggestions by the parents, and also we included the report on pages 6 and 7 with all these comments. Number 3 was the presentation of revisions of our policy of participation for parents. Comments and suggestions, you can find them on this report on pages 6 and 7. And attached to it, you're going to find the report from ILAC presented by the DILAC representatives.
Terminé con los reportes, sin embargo, me gustaría dirigirme a ustedes y por favor tomaran más en cuenta el punto de comunicación que tienen las escuelas con los padres, porque en el distrito las juntas de DILAC son grabadas y son subidas a la plataforma. Cualquier padre en cualquier momento que puede revisarlos, pero me he dado cuenta que en nuestras escuelas y en todas, porque revisé varias páginas, no se encuentran. De hecho, mi escuela tuvo una junta el 29 de noviembre y no pude asistir. Yo no puedo ver esa información porque no está en la plataforma. Nadie, si no asistió, no puede saber esa información. Entonces, como punto de interés de comunicación y enganche al CAP, necesitamos que nos dejen saber y me gustaría que pusieran principal atención en eso. Bueno, muchas gracias y buenas noches. Gracias por escucharme.
Besides my reports, I just wanted to add how important is the communication with you and also within the community. We know that all our meetings are recorded, and unfortunately on November 29th, I missed one of the meetings, and when I was looking for it to watch it online, I was not able to do it. And then I find out that not all of them are being uploaded. So please consider this as another important point to enhance the communication between the district and the parents, especially those that are taking care of our students that are learning English. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody from the board have any comments on the report? Yes, Trustee Lopez.
First of all, let me say thank you for stepping up to be community leaders. Your contributions benefit your child and other students district-wide, and what you have to share is important. Primeramente, quiero agradecerles por ser líderes en la comunidad. Sus contribuciones son sumamente importantes para el éxito no solamente de sus hijos, sino de todos los estudiantes en el distrito.
Thank you, Trustee. And I would just like to thank you as well for stepping up and giving your time for the students and for this district. Thank you. Okay, that concludes that part. We'll move to the next item. We will now provide an opportunity for any labor association presidents to provide a report to the board. First, we'll have a report from the SCGA president. If she's here.
I don't think she's here. I'm here. Oh, Michelle? Oh, no. Vice President. Yeah, I have a card for Dina. Michelle's not here.
Okay. Yeah, go. You're the vice president.
Yeah. Dina Donato Palmore.
Thank you. I jumped the gun. Sorry, Ms. Vicedo. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Aguirre, Mr. Ringfield, and members of the community. I would like to take this opportunity to provide an update on bargaining between the counselors, SCGA, and the district's bargaining team. To date, SCGA is the only association that has not settled with the district, and that is not due to lack of trying. In early August, SCGA requested a number of financial documents needed for bargaining, and our request fell on deaf ears. The district simply did not respond to our requests that were needed to adequately represent the needs of our members. On September 8th, at the district's request, we provided the district multiple bargaining dates. SCGA did not receive a response. On September 12, SCGA again tried to schedule bargaining dates, and again, we did not receive a response from the district. On September 14th, SCGA attempted once again to schedule bargaining dates. The district finally responded with 2 dates, but were more focused on meeting to discuss matters not related to bargaining. On September 21st, the district finally provided SCGA with requested financial documents. On September 22nd, 1 day later, SCGA and SUHSD met for their first bargaining session. It has been 80 days since that first bargaining session. And since that date, SCGA has had only 4 bargaining sessions, 2 of which the district used for matters not related to bargaining. At each of our bargaining sessions, SCGA has made themselves available to the district, and at each session, the district's bargaining chair has responded with hard stops. At each of the bargaining sessions, at the insistence of the district's bargaining chair, the focus has been on articles that have no fiscal impact, something that SCGA has stated at every bargaining session. Every employee in the district is scheduled to receive a 9% schedule increase and 2,000 increases in benefits. Counselors should expect to receive no less. SCGA asks, why has the district bargaining chair continuously postponed the discussion of wages and benefits and has made it contingent on articles that have no fiscal impact? Our next bargaining session is Wednesday, December 13th. And as always, SCGA is prepared to negotiate in good faith, and we hope the district shares that same sentiment. SCGA is looking forward to a productive meeting to address wages and benefits for the counselors. Board of Trustees, please direct the district's bargaining chair to settle with the counselors. Please direct the bargaining chair to meet without a hard stop that has been placed on every bargaining session we have had. Counselors are eager to settle. We want to place 100% focus and energy on supporting our students without this looming over our professional and personal lives. Thank you, and I'd also like to thank Ms. Lopez Cepeda for visiting Otay Ranch High School. I much appreciated that for your goodwill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other labor presidents who would like to report to the board? No, okay. We'll move to D1. Conduct a public hearing and adopt resolution number 4873, approving the annual and 5-year reportable fees report for the fiscal year 22 to 23 in compliance with Government Code Section 66006 and 66001. I will now open the public hearing. Are there any speakers?
There are no speakers.
The public hearing is now closed. Do I have a motion to adopt resolution 4873?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Yes. Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we'll move to K7.
Item K7 is report and accepting the financial audit of various district funds and accounts for the 22-23 fiscal year and accept district management responses to audit findings and recommendations. Dr. Salka, would you like to introduce the item?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Geary, and good evening, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and community members. So we have our team members from Crow, our senior managers, Elizabeth Sav and Charles Rively, here today to present the district-wide financial audits as well as the bond audits. K7 specifically handles the district-wide. A lot of the work that we started back in the spring, around April-May timeframe, we started with our ASB accounting and also our attendance accounting work. We also started over the summer on some of the field work on site here with our finance team and various departments within fiscal services. And then we continued some of that field work in October. So what they'll be presenting today is what was shared also last week with the Audit and Finance Subcommittee. And so I'll have Elizabeth Sav speak to this particular item.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Elizabeth Sav, Senior Manager with Crow. We are your external audit firm that is hired in to perform the financial statement audit, as well as the state compliance audit and the federal compliance audit. So I'm going to cover those pieces. You can see up here on this first page that this is our opinion. So we are hired to do testing and perform an opinion. We have completed our audit in accordance with government auditing standards. As you are a governmental agency, we have specific government auditing standards that we must follow, as well as the accounting principles guided by the United States of America. If you read that first paragraph up there, it says we have audited the financial statements of the governmental activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of Sweetwater as of and for the year June 30, 2023. And it says in the second paragraph, in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position of the governmental activities, etc. That is an unmodified opinion. That's the highest level of assurance that you can receive at the commencement of the audit. And just a reminder that we do not look at 100% of your transactions. You would not want that. We would be living in your office. So we do function based off of materiality. And just as a reminder, we have multiple materiality levels. So you've got the governmental activities that includes all of your capital assets and long-term debt. That has its one materiality, and then you have your general fund, and that has a different materiality. So we definitely make sure that we're stratifying our testing and looking at things from small to large and anything related that would be material to those opinion units that we look at. If you would like to skip down to probably page 88, I'm guessing, a little bit further down. I was probably thinking page 88 of the document. Keep going down to the summary. So probably page 95. Let's try that. I should have written it down. Here we go. Perfect. All right. So this is the nice snapshot of everything that we completed over the last 10 months. It's a big process. It's a lot of work. And so you can see here, unmodified opinion, as I just mentioned, for the financial statements. We had no material weaknesses identified. We had 2 significant deficiencies that were identified, but these, you will notice, were repeat findings. These have been consistent, and these again are related to the true course general ledger system, financial system that the district has. And as of 23-24 fiscal year, you are moving into your new platform. And so we are hopeful that this will be the last year of those significant deficiencies, as that's relating to the very manual process your team had to go through to close the books. I will say that they have a lot of manual controls in place to kind of make up for the lack of that true course financial system and just how poorly it's been designed in general. And the fact that there were no corrected misstatements this year. We had no audit adjustments this year, which is phenomenal, and just a real testament to Dr. Sockhild and her team and how much care they take to look at those financials in that closed process. So in addition to that, we also did not have any uncorrected misstatements, as we have an obligation to report those. And what those would be is if there was an error we identified that just wasn't material to the financial statements that would modify our opinion, we would still bring that to you. But again, we didn't have any uncorrected misstatements. So a phenomenal job. And really, as you're making decisions on financial statements throughout the year, that can give you a level of comfort, as that's not audited, you know, as you're making first interim, second interim, that's not audited information, but it would be virtually impossible for an organization to not have proper controls and really good processes in place and have a clean audit at the end. That's just the amount of information we look at, that would really be difficult. So just take some pride in the level of detail and integrity they are having looking at that information. Secondly, federal awards. So this is your federal compliance opinion. You had about $90+ million in federal expenditures this year. And then the Education Stabilization Fund, or the ESSER programs, ESF, whatever acronym they want to use, that's what we audited this year, which made up over 50% of that balance. So we tested quite a few expenditures over that federal portion. And again, we issued an unmodified opinion on that. Again, highest level of assurance you can receive. And we had no findings to note in relation to that either. And then the state awards. This is your state compliance opinion. And as a reminder, this audit is dictated by the state of California, the Department of Education, as well as the state controller's office. they issue out an audit guide each year that tells you this is what, auditor, this is what you need to do. And it's very specific procedures of what we need to look at and what we need to report. So that being said, the state of California doesn't really allow for a materiality threshold. If there's a finding, if there's an error, we have to report it no matter what. And so that's why you see qualified here. So we had a few items that had findings, what you would call a finding, that we had to report in the following pages. So there's a qualification around the opinion. If you want to scroll down a little bit, you can kind of take a look at those just briefly, and if you have questions, I can elaborate. But there was one over just the attendance reporting. There was no fiscal impact related to it. It's more of just a clerical error in your second period report. Keep going down, sorry. Probably 2 more pages. 1 more page, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so that's the attendance item. It was just a clerical item, no fiscal impact. It was easily, it's going to be easily corrected with the state. The next deficiency on the next page is for independent study. And so there was an independent study item that we selected. The agreement was for a certain period of time, but there was a certain amount of days or attendance that was claimed that was outside of that contract agreement, and so you had to disallow a certain portion of that ADA. The total fiscal impact is $1,140. So fairly immaterial impact. And then the next page, this is after before school education. And so this has to do with the information that at these programs where they're bringing in, the kids are signing in, and there's just a disconnect between some of the information of the sign-in sheets and then what was actually in the system. And you'll actually notice that there were some that were underreported and some that were overreported. So just more clerical issues there for those, for that program, for that site. Again, there's no fiscal impact in relation to that, so that's positive news. And then lastly, unduplicated local control funding formula pupil counts, a nice mouthful there, but this has to do with your free and reduced eligibility. And so we go through and we make a sample selection at these different school sites. It's quite a bit of work that we go through, and your team is pulling a lot of documents. There were 3 students that were identified as they didn't actually qualify for the free and reduced qualification that they were in. And they should have been reclassified out. And so the state requires that we extrapolate that over your entire, so that's why you see a number 62 there of disallowed students. That's actually not the known error, that's the extrapolated error that the state requires us to calculate. And so if you continue down a bit, the fiscal impact is recalculated of a total of $194,000 of the impact of that finding. So that sums up the qualification of the state compliance. Other than that, I would encourage you to take a look at the audit guide, and you'll see a number of procedures that we have to look at. And so that there's only 4 findings versus 15. It's a pretty big accomplishment, and that's not just your business office. When it comes to state compliance, that's your independent study teachers, your teachers taking attendance, all of those different areas of just making sure that students are accounted for properly. That all equals money, of course. So it's not just your business office, it's everybody district-wide who's really pulling the tone, making sure that everything's reported properly. Any questions? I know that was a lot.
Any questions on case 7? I can tell you that the Audit and Finance Committee voted or recommend unanimously to approve this. So with that, I'll entertain a motion unless there's a question. Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. K8.
Thank you, President Segura. So now we move on to item K8, which is a report and accepting Proposition O Finance and Performance Audit for the year ended June 30th, 2023. Dr. Salka, would you like to introduce?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Geary. So we'll have Charles Ribley with the CROW team provide an update on the Proposition O and the 2 performance and financial audits.
Thank you very much for your time this evening. As was mentioned, my name is Charles Ribley, Senior Manager with Crow. In addition to the district's financial and compliance audit, we also conducted a separate performance and financial statement audit of Proposition O. We talked a little bit in more granular detail with the Audit and Finance Subcommittee last week. I'll keep it sort of high level. Our financial statement opinion is looking at the financial statement or the financial picture of Propo on a standalone basis, separate from the district financial statements. And that gave an unmodified opinion, similar to the opinion that we gave over the district as a whole. So again, that highest level of assurance that you're looking to achieve out of a financial audit. In addition, we also conducted what's called a performance audit. So that, in this particular case, encompassed 5 overarching areas of the performance audit. There's some baseline level procedures that the state requires us to do. The district has asked us to go over and above those minimum required procedures and conduct additional compliance-related items, looking at things like contract changes or change orders, looking to make sure that the oversight committee is meeting on a regular basis, making sure that the communication is appropriate and consistent between the board or between the district and the CBOC and from the CBOC to the board. We in our testing for the current year, I guess we conducted expenditure testing as well, which is that minimum level of testing. Over 7.6 million in expenditures were tested out of the total that was expended during the year. So really adequate, really good coverage of what was spent during the year. And we were able to give an unmodified opinion over the performance audit as well for Proposition O. I welcome any questions, but overall those were straightforward as far as the results, and we'd be having a lot longer conversation if we had exceptions to that testing.
Thank you, sir. Any questions around that? K8. And once again, the Audit Finance Committee recommended approval of this unanimously. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Move to second. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
K9, sir.
K9, I think it's fairly similar except for a different bond issuance, bond measure.
Yeah, that's correct. It has a little different ring to it. Instead of Proposition O, we're talking about Measure DD. So, you know, the results again were discussed with the Audit and Finance Subcommittee last week. We were able to render again that unmodified opinion over the financial statements of Measure DD. I'll acknowledge that this is the first year of Measure DD being discussed and presented. This is the first year that the proceeds were issued from that authorization from the public. So sort of kicking off this performance and financial audit process for this new measure. I'll say that we did conduct those same type of procedures over Measure DD as we did for Prop O, the 5 general areas. We did have no exceptions in that testing, and we're able to give that unmodified opinion over, again, the financial statement as a standalone and over the performance audit. So looking at those two different, at the Measure DD activity with a different lens on the two sides. So unmodified opinions for both of those. So again, welcome any questions that you may have.
Yes, sir.
Not so much a comment, but I just want to take a question, but more of a comment. I just want to take an opportunity to note the hard work that the entire finance team and facilities team has undergone to ensure that we're receiving these audits that are, in essence, clean audits, and that really reflect the hard work that we've been doing ongoing now for more than 5 years to make sure that we're building our ability and implementing our new platform system. So I just wanted to make sure I noted that before it goes kind of unperceived. I just wanted to make sure I express my gratitude to the entire team and to our auditors for really working in a collaborative manner, but at the same time holding us to account. And so thank you for that collaborative approach, and just wanted to note that.
Thank you, sir. And I believe we received 2 credit upgrades in the last year or so.
I believe that is a factual statement. Dr. Sacco, can you confirm that?
Yes, it's with Fitch and with Moody's.
Correct.
Thank you. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to accept.
So moved.
K9, moved
Second.
and seconded. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you for your time in the
Thank
presentation.
you very much. Yeah.
All right, this is a point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on any matter not on the agenda and have 3 minutes each to do so pursuant to board bylaw. The board may limit the time for public comment on any topic to 20 minutes per topic. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action on or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the superintendent's office for review and report. Speaker shall refrain from use profanity and shall speak in a respectful manner. Thank you for your cooperation.
First speaker is Kathleen Cheers.
The December 1st UT article rates San Diego City County school districts on their bond transparency. Even I was surprised that Sweetwater tied for third to last and received a D grade. Explain to me the quote, overall San Diego's school districts have been improving their bond transparency in recent years. The average transparency grade this year is 86%, up from 82 last year. Yet we received a D grade. No surprise, one of the no's listed addressed Sweetwater's poor performance audit standards, an issue Mr. Marinovich and I did and continue to speak on tirelessly. Yet we're and continue to be ignored. All but 5 of the districts received a B or better, and we received a D. Dais members, pay attention. We're going backwards on the grading scale, yet you voted to pursue a new potential bond in 2024. I would think Sweetwater would want to show excellence prior to asking for more tax monies. Next, the Union Tribune ran a story advising the tax-paying public Sweetwater had paid a ransom for the data breach. Surprise? Definitely not. The question I have is simple. Why is it so difficult to simply share the truth? The breach happened, lessons were learned. What I take issue with is the months-long deceit. You sat there for months knowing undoubtedly the truth shared in closed session, but you remained mute, then finally decided to offer credit protection for a year. Is the lack of transparency an indicator of the value placed on your employees? I sit on Montgomery School Site Council. As I looked around at our November meeting, I was struck. I love the way nobody's looking at me. You are. You always do, Mr. Solis. As I looked around at our November meeting, I was struck by the diversity of Montgomery's hardworking employees willing to serve as school site council members, campus assistant, tenured counselor, young teachers, seasoned teachers. Our serving students, one an inspirational suit-wearing, briefcase-carrying standout, engaged parents, moderator and numbers guru Carolina Batanco. Last but not least, Principal Zoomstein, highly respected and much loved. A plethora of engaged, opinionated members. Happy holidays to all of you. Next time we meet, I will have hit the 75-year mark. Do I feel old? Heck, just saying that number out loud is hard even for me to hear. I am told I am much like my grandmother Annie. She passed a month before her 100th birthday. So here's the 25 more years of board meetings. Too bad you won't be here to see them. Cheers to you all.
Thank you.
Miguel Amaral.
I have a few handouts here. I'll leave it with President Segura. You can, oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguirre, President Segura, members of the board, and especially the folks in the gallery here, my fellow employees and community members who are out here today because there's an issue that you believe deserves your attention. My name is Miguel Amaral. I am a counselor at Montgomery Adult School. I'm here to make this body aware of one of the most egregious violations of our mutually agreed upon collective bargaining agreement. The decades-long practice in adult schools to allow non-counselors to do counselors' work. To be clear, I'm speaking about the meetings with students, understanding their goals, evaluating their placement test results, and ultimately scheduling their classes into Infinite Campus. I'm not referring to, nor trying to interfere with, the ubiquitous practice of non-counselors throughout the district who routinely advise students and parents about myriad issues, both educational and personal. There are amazing folks in all of our employee groups that care deeply about our students and communities and try to help and guide appropriately. But in our 7 through 12 programs, none of those other employees meet with students, understand their goals, evaluate their placement test results, and ultimately schedule their classes into Infinite Campus. I have had to bring contract violations to the attention of the district representatives before. The really good ones usually respond with something along the lines of, I would never intentionally violate the contract. Let's take a look at this and resolve this. But in this case, that wasn't the fact. First, the response was, I didn't know this was happening. Let me get back to you. And then a follow-up of, we've always done it that way. Ed Code doesn't require adult school students to be seen by a credentialed counselor. The contract doesn't say that counselors have to do all the scheduling, and eventually, lots of employees advise students about their educational options. We've always done it this way. That's the response. Do you know how many times I've had to listen to a manager say, we've always done it that way is no justification for continuing to do it that way? Was, we always have done it that way, the response when we learned that a district employee was embezzling funds? No. That person was arrested and tried. Our work is being stolen from us. Stealing is either stealing or it isn't. We can't have it both ways. I would think that the district would not only be concerned about SCGA's grievance, but also the potential for other units to grieve that their members are being asked and allowed to do the work that isn't in their job description. I printed the OA2, registrar, and school counselor job descriptions from my district's website. I highlighted every instance where the words student, schedule, and counsel appear. You'll notice there's only one job description, counselors.
Please wrap it up, sir.
That lists students with their area of responsibilities. I implore you to instruct your staff to settle this grievance and to settle our bargaining so that we can get back to 100% focusing on our students. Thank you.
Gretel Rodriguez.
Evening, board members. I'm Gretel Rodriguez. Last board meeting, I addressed the concern of calling our break Thanksgiving out of respect for Native American Indigenous people. I sent you all each an email providing some background information as to why the Native Americans find it disrespectful. I'm not asking for a cancel culture. I'm asking you to change the term so it's more inclusive to people that do not practice Thanksgiving, to be inclusive of Jehovah's Witnesses that do not practice any holidays. It's just a matter if we call ourselves family, you respect family members and the history of Thanksgiving. And the history of Thanksgiving has not been properly taught to us. It was a celebration of genocide once they killed the Native Americans. They came to eat and they celebrated it. Lincoln then changed it into a national holiday. So the foundation of it is unkind. How my family practices, it is different, right? They're gonna practice being thankful to each other. But if we're gonna do land acknowledgement, if we're gonna honor our history and do better, then we have to teach it and explain it differently and honor the Native Americans. We're on Kumeyaay land. And in order to honor that, we have to teach history differently. That means people are gonna continue celebrating it, but teach it right. Make sure people understand what they're celebrating. And if they choose not to do it, we have to be inclusive of those people that choose not to do it. Some of the things that I've learned, the word mande in my culture is a slave word. It means yes, master. And we learned it during the colonization of the Spaniards. If you go to Spain, they call it the language of the slaves. So I've learned for my family not to use mande. The word kid was referred in the slave trade for children of the slaves were goat, baby goats. I don't use kid anymore because of that. Picnic, peanut gallery, all have slave is history that's negative, and I've had to unlearn those words. In order to be inclusive and to be appropriate, we have to stand and be okay with being corrected, make those adjustments. This is not an attack on America or an attack on your practices. This is us learning to be better, learning our true history, and respecting those that do not practice this. At Otay Ranch High School, I fought against gender bender. I kneeled, during Black Lives Matter. The district told me I could sit, but I couldn't kneel because they would fire me. They considered one political and one not political. I found that interesting, that I could sit, but I could not kneel. At Hilltop Middle, I fought against the flags program that was not inclusive enough and violated several of ACLU requirements for a school to be inclusive. You can understand that at every site, that didn't make me the best person to be around. I've been called the Debbie Downer, the person that polices things.
Please wrap it
because
up.
we haven't taught our teachers to have these conversations to be better. Let's do better, and it starts with the school board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I have 22 people that have signed up to speak on the Southwest High schedule. So
Okay.
I'm not sure how you'd like to
So
handle
we'll-
the time.
We'll invoke the 20-minute topic. So you have, we can do 10, 2 minutes, or you can have 7 that do 3 minutes. It's up to you. We have 20 minutes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, the first speaker is Ariana Villanueva Solis.
Good evening. I'm Mariani Villanueva Solis, and I am a student in the class of 2026 at Southwest High School. I am here today to speak on my future and the future of my peers. For a few $100,000, you are willing to take away our opportunity for college and our careers. These extra classes are what allow us to be competitors with those students that go to schools and high schools that have higher economies and finances, that have the abilities and the resources to take these classes outside of school. Our pathways, CTE, and AVID classes help us prepare for college due to our large population of students who are first gen and who just want to succeed and make a career for themselves. This district thrives on talking about the careers and college for their students, but is willing to take those opportunities from Southwest High School students. In addition, a lack of 8 periods would take away the opportunity for students to take classes from Southwestern at our school because all students would now be getting out at 3:45. A lot of students have to help their families and work a job right after lunch or during lunch. This 8-period schedule would restrict that and not allow these students to have a roof over their heads or enough food on the table to provide for their families. What we need is equality rather than equity. We deserve the right to opportunities that help us succeed. I, as a first-gen Hispanic young woman, have been looking forward to my career and my college experience since I was in middle school. I strive for excellence and have been wanting to go to an Ivy League school since I was in elementary school. I have looked forward to these pathways and opportunities like dance and biomed and sports med, and these are what gets our Southwest High students to go to colleges like Harvard. Taking away these 8 periods is taking away our college experience and our right to get into good colleges and to make it out of here. Thank you for listening, and I hope that you take our request into consideration.
Thank you.
Camila Medina, and then will be Julin Tejada.
Good afternoon. I'm Camila Medina, and I'm here to speak about the 6-period change at Southwest High School. I am a current freshman at Southwest, and the reason that I enrolled at Southwest is for the career paths. With the 8-period change, we are provided programs that are students for college, that prepare our students for college and give our disadvantaged community an early help for college. Majority of our community is low income. Our parents didn't finish college or maybe even high school. 9th and 10th graders take AVID so they learn how to make the leap to a university. These classes give us the opportunities that they were not given. Upperclassmen can take Southwestern College courses or make up a class during that time. It allows improvement. With the 8-period system, we are also given time for non-school related activities, like work or outside sports. My sister is a senior who was given this opportunity for 4 years. Why can't I have it as well? Are you telling me paying for 3 or more teachers is limiting my future? As a part of the freshman class, I'm just learning the environment at Southwest. This will affect my college and career path for the next 4 years. Yet the Sweetwater district is promoting the advancement in preparing our students for college. And what about the inclusion at Southwest and its minorities? Thank you in advance for listening, and please reconsider the input that Southwest High School students are contributing.
Thank you.
Jolyn Tejada, and then Monica Rodriguez.
Good evening. My name is Jolyn Tejada, and I am a senior at Southwest High School. Though the schedule change may not affect me as much as my younger peers, I am baffled and angry with this consideration. I will speak on behalf of them. This past weekend, word about this change spread all throughout SOH students, numerous Insta posts explaining their dissatisfaction and anger. It angers us how the district advocates for college readiness, yet wants to rid our school of college prep courses, availability to take more AP classes, pathways and programs that help students figure out their passions just for a few $100,000. Engineering, biomedical, AVID, dance, culinary, and sports medicine will all be stripped away from our students' programs to elevate our students' competitiveness as college applicants. SOH holds the highest percentage of Mexican immigrants, half of which are commuters, but majority as first-generation students. Thus, many are unable to afford tutoring or any other outside academic help, unlike other schools with students more fortunate. Personally, the school's A-period system has greatly benefited me. I've been able to easily take multiple AP classes, complete a majority of my A through G courses as an underclassman, and still dabble in classes and courses outside of my comfort zone, such as digital media, auto shop, and computer science. The 8-period schedule also aided my ability to catch up with classes I struggled with. It allowed time for tutoring and time to be home with my grandmother, who is battling cancer, while my parents are at work. It is unfortunate to imagine my younger brother unable to have the same opportunities I've had in his final year of high school. As my final message, I want to say equality isn't enough. Southwest is not like the other schools with pretty prim campuses or houses. Within our district, students name SOH as the ghetto. The 8 periods, the programs, and opportunities it gives us was the light at the end of the tunnel to strip that inaccurate title from our school, my school. Equality isn't enough. Equity is what we need. Thank you for listening, and we truly hope you consider our request.
Thank you.
Good evening. I stand here today as a junior at Southwest High School. I'm here to speak amongst the 6-period schedule change at Southwest and future this will bring to my peers. For a few $100,000, you're willing to take away our opportunities in college and careers. Currently, the college pathways and CTE classes, AVID, have been the key source to academic success at Southwest High. Coming from a school that the majority of students are low income and first generation in their families, how are the students able to move forward to prepare for a college without the ability of being introduced to college and career readiness through our interest programs? Having a later release of 345 does not benefit our students. Our families don't have the funds other schools have to further their education. With the current 8 periods, juniors and seniors have the ability to provide for themselves financially by having the section of time for jobs. Southwest needs equality. Our school is the same when it comes to finances compared to schools in the Sweetwater district. As a student that started at Southwest High in 2021 as a freshman, I've had the opportunities to connect with upperclassmen that benefited from this 8-period schedule. Many now of Southwest alumni peers have furthered their education now at Ivy League's top private and public schools in the nation. Almost all have had their 8 periods after we came back from this pandemic, and we were able to perform multiple college pathways and benefit from multiple scholarships and honor programs. Ever since attending Southwest High, I have looked up to those upperclassmen for the reason of them having the ability to have so many opportunities because of the pathways they partake in. Even so, having the opportunity on leading finances by being able to work right after my classes. I should be able to experience these opportunities for my future, as I have been able to witness my peers being able to do so for the past 3 years. All of these programs and classes that will be limited to our students is what makes Southwest High School. Thank you for listening, and please consider the student voices of Southwest High School. Thank you.
Thank you.
Corey Zapata. Corey. Ethan Jackson will be next.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Corey Zapata, and I am the AVID 9 teacher, CSU English 12 teacher, and the AVID coordinator at Southwest High School. I began at Southwest High School during COVID, and that was the first year that our administration decided that every single 9th and 10th grader was going to be enrolled in AVID. So that's coming to fruition with our junior year this year, and then culminating next year with our senior year, that every single one of our students will have been taking AVID for the first 2 years, and then option as an elective in our junior and senior year. It's no surprise that we have the highest number of students living in poverty. We have a high number of EL students in first gen. But what is surprising is that we have the highest graduation rate on the west side, 93%, only second to Bonita Vista High School. We have the highest number of students that don't just apply to college on the west side, but enroll within the second semester, which is 24%. And we have the highest pathway completion, only second to Chula Vista High School, which also has an 8th period day. Our school has 1,600 students. 758 of them are currently taking AVID. We have 31 sections of AVID. If we go back to a 6-day period, our ELD students who are required to take 2 sections of English will have no electives all 4 years until they're reclassified out of ELD. The only electives that our freshmen and our sophomores will be able to choose will most likely be an academic elective, so they can pick up a foreign language and possibly 1 CTE pathway. I'm here on behalf of my students because I have seen the difference it makes that these kids have choices, that they can go home at lunch. We don't have any fights during lunchtime because we have half of our student population gone. They can go home and work. They can take they take courses at Southwestern College, and then our 9th and our 10th graders remain on campus to complete other CTE pathways. So I strongly encourage, since it always comes to numbers and the bottom line, that you look at the numbers that we have produced. In the last 3 weeks, I have passed 35 seniors through an APEX course during period 7, so they could be CSU and UC eligible. If we did not have that opportunity during period 7 and 8, then those students would not have been CSU eligible. And a number of them are students who have come into our system in 9th and 10th grade from Mexico, who are ELD students, who have tested out of ELD, and they have to make up their 4 years of English in order to qualify for a CSU. One of them is here. He's passed 2 English classes through APEX in the last 4 weeks. And now he's able to apply to a CSU and a UC. So I just encourage you that we are here for our students, and it's not always about the bottom line, because if we don't pay for them now, we're gonna be paying for them sometime in the future with our tax dollars one way or another, either the school to prison pipeline or other social systems, because they won't be able to get a college degree. Thank you.
Ethan Jackson. And after that will be Brian.
Hello there, my name is Ethan Jackson, and I am a freshman at Southwest High School, and I am furious about the schedule change. I want to be an engineer one day. I don't know which type yet, but the engineering pathway has led me to do great things and meet a lot of great people. AVID has also made me recognize just all the great teachers, and all the upperclassmen that I've met within this past semester have been some of the greatest people that I've met in my entire life. But there's also a lot of people that are coming from Nestor, Southwest Middle, that I know, friends and family, that are going to be coming to this school wanting to have these electives and these choices. Now that if you guys remove them, we won't be able to have them. And I really want them to come here because all the opportunities that I've had were amazing. And I've always taken every single opportunity that I've had to go see other campuses and everything. So I want to come out here and say today that every time that I've gone to Southwest High School, every single day, I have loved it and enjoyed it because all the teachers have given me the encouragement to just come to school, love, and enjoy. I want people to feel welcome and feel like they want to stay all 4 years. But if we remove these electives and remove these opportunities, then nobody will want to end up staying the full 4 years. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Brian Nguyen and then Melanie Rodriguez Rios.
Hi, I'm Brian Nguyen. I teach the biomedical pathway at Southwest High School. So when I started the program, it was essentially a dying program. I only was paid 3 hours to teach 4 courses, and we had 75 students, only 8 in the senior class. That was my second year teaching the program. Next year, we implemented the 8 period. We went from 75 to 138 in the pathway with about 180% increase. We have the so students have the opportunity to explore their pathways, and with 8 periods, if they decide to change their minds or they find a new sudden interest in biomed or health career sciences, they're able to double up. And I have this year 33 students that are in the senior year, estimated 40 for next year, not accounting for anyone that's doubling up. And so with the biomedical pathway, at Southwest, there are other health career pathways at other schools, but we're the only one with the biotech pathway for all 4 years. And so it's a job that's in high demand. When we've at the stakeholders meeting, I've met with people from Biocom, Boz Institute, that recognize there's a lot of biotech opportunities in North County, but they're trying to bring it down here. They're trying to bring a genomics facility in National City. They're trying to bring a environmental health program for us to study at the Tijuana River Institute, so we can use biotech as a way for students to improve their community and see it applicable. And so the issue is, again, I fear that if we do go back to the 6-period schedule, they have to be stuck if this is the pathway you want to follow. If you change your mind, you won't be able to essentially do the whole course. You can't double up and such like that. And so at the end of the day, if we do switch to a 6-period schedule, I don't think it will immediately kill the program, but we might go back from 155 students and growing back to 75, essentially killing the only biotech program we have at Southwest. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would first like to introduce myself. I'm Lenny Rodriguez Rios. I first want to, say thank you to the people who are behind me, who took the time out of their day to be here to advocate for our class, and the people who are outside in the cold, listening, also supporting. I'll first like to say, I want to cut it short because I don't want to take time upon anybody else. Yes, our families don't have the funds to obviously compared to other schools in the East. And the hard truth, this will take opportunities. I want to be in biomedical engineering. I want to be in so many things, yet I haven't really explored my options because I'm obviously doing engineering. The one thing that scares me the most is, what if I want to stick to this, but I don't want to at some point? Southwest gave me the opportunity to explore many things. Southwest gave me the opportunity to make up credits. Southwest has offered many, many people opportunities. And I like to say this. What am I supposed to say to future Raider Day? That, well, our electives are cut down. You can't compete with other schools. What am I supposed to say to Nestor, to Southwest Middle, and to Mar Vista middle schoolers? I'm not sure. I like to say this. With the limitation of our electives and everything else and the multiple pathways that we can take, with AVID being cut down and electives being cut down with a 6-period schedule, it's going to impact the students. And as one of the students who, yes, I will not shame my past, I was one of the students who failed. I failed tremendously my freshman year, honestly. But because of the 7th and 8th periods, I'm still recuperating all of the credits that I've been doing. And, it's never easy. But it's given me the opportunity to do many things. I want you to take these messages heavily, because Southwest people, all of my family, because Southwest is my family. I don't just wear this shirt because I want to. I share this shirt at the field. I share this shirt at different universities that I go for fundraising. I share this shirt with my community, because Southwest is my community. It's my second school. It's my second family. It's my second home. I'm practically there every single day. My teacher, my math teacher, is right behind me. I'm supposed to be studying for my exam, which I'm not prepared for, but I'm here because I want to devote my time and my energy for Southwest. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Southwest. Thank you.
Michelle Rodriguez Rios, and then Carla Lucero.
Good evening, members of the board and students and families. My name, right here? Okay. My name is Michelle Rodriguez Rios. I am currently a junior at Southwest High. I am the daughter of a single mother who came to the United States at age 22 from Sinaloa, Mexico for a better opportunity, and I live in a low-income household. Although I deal with financial obstacles, I am the captain of our girls wrestling team, an academic decathlete who medaled 3 times in state, a varsity softball player. I recently joined the ASB. I take 4 AP classes currently, and in total, due to our choice of electives, I've been able to take 7 AP classes. I help my graduating class as much as I can, and I maintain a 3.9 GPA at school. I always try to level out school and home so that I can enjoy sports and take care of my mom. I get out at 1:33, which gives me enough time to do my chores and do my homework before my practice, which starts at 4 and ends at 6. I get out at 3:45 on Mondays and Wednesdays to attend academic decathlon, which is an elective at our school. However, I was notified that they want to change our schedule, that they want to take away our opportunities. I had 30 hours of community service before junior year. Now I have 159 hours. And the reason for this is due to my teacher's encouragement in AVID, and she also requires this as our grade. They want to reduce our schedule to 6 periods, which means my AP classes, sports, helping my mom with her sickness that she currently struggles with, and everything that I juggle with will need to decrease. By taking 7 periods as a junior, it allows me to look deeper on who and what I want to become in my future. In addition, it means I can be flexible with school and home as we take 4 periods per day. For instance, if we had 6 periods, I would have to take away my electives and the college classes I take, as well as reduce the amount of extracurricular activities I do. So how can I be competitive when all of this has to go down? With sports and academics, they all inspire me to be resilient and continue to strive for more, but I'm scared. I'm scared I won't be able to do as much anymore. I'm scared that something will happen to my mom and I won't be able to find out sooner because I get out at 3:45. And plus, I walk from home to school. I'm scared for the kids who live down in San Isidro and get home late due to the lack of buses that are not on time. They say our students are failing. Of course there are. They are surrounding a community that is heavily involved with drugs. We are low income. We cannot afford tutoring. And at home, we rarely have anyone to push us because our parents are always working. If my teachers didn't push me, I don't know where I would be. What our school needs is someone to personally push our students to go beyond their limits and to believe in them just how like they did with me. Thank you very much.
Let's do the last one, the last person you named, and then that'll be it.
Carla Lucero.
You'll be our last speaker on this issue. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carla Lucero, and I am a senior at Southwest High School. I am also the secretary of our class, and I know I don't have as much power as the president or the vice president, but I still have a voice. I have a story to tell. And taking away of the 7th and 8th period is going to affect us a lot because most of us have jobs to help our low-income families. And if you take that away, we're going to have to quit our jobs because we have to focus on school. And that's going to affect our families a lot, and we won't be able to have meals for our homes or help out with rent. I'm sorry. By getting rid of these 7th and 8th periods, you're going to kill a lot of these programs. In my mind, you're killing them.
am part of the biomedical program. And thanks to this program, I figured out what I wanted to do with my life. If it weren't for this program, I wouldn't know what I wanted to do with my future. I would be lost. I don't know what I would have done with my life. But thanks to Southwest, I figured out that forensic science is my passion. I love it. I fell in love with it so much that now at Southwest, I have been able to take the opportunity to take science all 4 years of high school. I have taken biology, biomedical, human anatomy, AP chemistry, chemistry honors, and AP environmental science. And if you take away these programs, new freshmen, new sophomore, new juniors won't be able to have that opportunity, and they're going to be lost just as I was once. What you're doing is cruel, and I know it's hard to find funds for this, but there are 7.8 billion people in this world. I'm sure you could fundraise and find people who are willing to help out. You're the board. You're like the most important people here. You can't find anything else? Taking this away from us is cruel. You're hurting us. You're taking what's most beautiful and valuable of our school. Please don't do this. You're going to affect us a lot. Thank you for this time.
Thank you. Any other? That's it?
There's no further speakers.
I'll just let the room empty out. Who's going to leave now? Because that concludes the non-agendized item.
There has been people waiting outside for an hour, and you want to give us 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Well, since we didn't have a parent, I'll allow one parent to speak, and then we have to move on to our agenda. So I know it is, ma'am. Ma'am, I know it is. I know it is. We need, you have one parent. We can have one parent speak if you would like. Do we have a parent that wants to speak?
There's a kid right there that wants to speak. There's a parent right here.
So, sir, did you want to speak on it? Yeah. Yeah, just let a parent speak. I'm sorry. So we've all heard we've heard you and well, we care. So that's why I'm allowing the parent to speak, please. So go ahead, sir.
I don't know if you could hear me or not. There you go. That's better. But I definitely want to say that I am very proud of all the students that are here, all the students that have spoken up, that have shared their opinion. As an alumni of Sweetwater, as an alumni of Southwest High School, I am very proud of them. Once a Raider, always a Raider, right? I want to say that I understand budgetary issues, but I also understand cost-benefit analysis. And the cost is way too high for the benefit that this is offering in terms of cutting back the school schedule, making it 6 periods. The students, The family members, the parents were not informed, they were not consulted with this. We have a student that is currently going there. He is working his butt off along with his peers to be the first one in our family to have the potential to go to an Ivy League school. Not just go to school, a college, but to go to an Ivy League college. And that's very, very important to us. We support him in anything and everything we can. We support the student body in everything that we can. I am requesting that you guys provide the directive and provide the support to Southwest High School so that they can maintain this innovative program that they have of 8 periods. It is so beneficial in many ways for the entire student body, not just for, a few niche students. You guys have out here an outstanding VEX program, which, they made according to the teacher worlds, basically. And we want those opportunities to be shared at every school site, not just selective schools based on, where they're at. We want to make sure that if something needs to come down, that the burden is shared across the board with every single school, not just a targeted school. And it feels like Southwest has been targeted for whatever reason. It comes off that way. So we need to stop and support the student body, support the administration at the school site for what they need, what has been proven to work, because this has been proven to work. So I would beg you to reconsider, hear the voices of all these elegant, wonderful students that have spoken in front of you, that they're crying out for help. And I think as kind of doctors, say, do no harm, I think as a school board, that's something that you also have to consider is do no harm, right? Basically support the schools and the students there that want to do something with their lives, want to put in the effort, want to be there. That's very important. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, excuse me. What's your name?
Yeah, she can hand in her speech.
Okay, thank you.
We have to end the. We have
to stop, but what I want you to do, I saw you had something written, and you had it on your phone. Make sure that Mrs. Bisedo has a copy of it. She will send it to all of us so everybody has a chance to read it. Is that cool with you? Huh? Yeah.
January. It's the second.
It's going to be approved tonight. It's actually not till the 29th, I believe.
Oh, 29th.
If the item is approved, yes.
Okay. But, no. So go ahead and make sure that you give her the text of what you've written, or you send it to her, so then we can all get a copy of it.
You can email it to me, or you can text it to me. That's my cell number.
Thank you.
And you can pass my email out to whoever needs it.
Clerk of the board, would you please read the items being pulled from the consent agenda?
Yes, the following items are pulled. Item F3 by staff. Item F6 by staff. Item F8 by Mr. Segura. Item F13 by staff. Item G3 by staff. Item H2 by staff. Item K6 by staff. Item M1 by the public. And item Q1 by staff.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Vote, please. Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Present. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, that moves us to F3. Board reports and requests. Do we have anybody that wants to go? Mr. Solis.
Thank you, President Segura. I wanted to thank all the students for coming out. You have been heard, and we will be having discussions. So thank you for coming out. Also, I wanted to congratulate the Sioux High football team. What a game! Amazing season that they had, starting 0-4 and then making it to the finals. Yes, they started 0-4, and then they didn't give up. So very impressive. And the team that they played, I heard, I think from the previous game, the semifinals, I think they were averaging 42 points a game, and they won their game 42-0. And Sweetwater kept them to 33. I don't count the last touchdown because they were going for the ball, but anyway, it counts. But they played really, really well, and 3 of our students were hurt, and they were out there giving it their all. So they represented not only National City but South Bay, San Diego, very amazingly. So congratulations to Coach Hernandez and Principal Insunza for a job well done this year. And also for the CSBA conference, our Region 17 director, she won election for Vice President of CSBA. So she vacated her Region 17 director position. So I nominated Ms. Elva Lopez Peda. So hopefully we can get her in there as our Region 17 director. That would be awesome. So it's up to the new president. So I don't know when he's going to do that, but that would be amazing. And finally, during the conference, I attended a workforce workshop, housing workforce workshop, and the UC Berkeley is doing a lot of research, and I'll give Dr. Aguirre the website, but they actually went through every district and saw what properties are available for every district and what can be used as workforce housing, and they'll help like get us going, like feasibility study and stuff like that. So I want to see if we can get something going to see if our teachers, our staff are interested in workforce housing. See if we can use any of our sites for that. If we can do that, because I think that would be very beneficial, especially in this area where prices are going up. So if we can do that. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Solis. Trustee Lopez-Pera.
Good evening, everybody that's left. I love to hear the voices of the students. I think it's extremely important, not just the parents and the staff. So I really appreciate them coming and sharing their concerns. I did visit Otay Ranch. Those visits always seem so short. But other than that, I also attended the band pageant at Southwestern College, and I really enjoyed it. I had not been to one of those in quite a long time. At the conference we attended, the annual education conference, one of the workshops I attended was how to improve student attendance. And they had really great ideas, but what I did not like from the conference is that many of the sessions provided you with great information, but it was also a sales pitch for a program or this or that. And so that to me was like a bummer, because it's like, why? So it's just a sales pitch. It's not really what I wanted to hear. I think that's just about it.
Thank you. I'll go next. So I also attended the CSBA conference. I attended one on IA, which we're getting a presentation on, and I found that to be very informative, and I learned from that. I attended the housing session, same one that Mr. Solis attended. I think others very informative, and I have the same interest as Mr. Solis is looking into that further. It takes, I think, the number of years it takes from when you start was like 5 to 6 to 7 years. Even though it's been streamlined, the laws have been streamlined to allow you to do that. It's a long process. And attended the holiday sing and the band pageant, and those were really great. Just to hear and see the students perform is very, that's where it's at, and that's why we do what we do. And I was actually able, me and Director Wahid Brahim were the ones who accepted the Golden Bell at the CSBA conference, and that meant a lot to me. That was really special. That was something that I had. I know we're doing, the staff and the teachers and the students and everybody's doing the work, and we do a lot of things, but we have gone through a lot of things lately, so that was kind of not a priority, but I'm glad that was prioritized, and I thank Director Brahim for his leadership in that and helping make sure that gets through, and we already have plans for next year. So there's a lot of things, great things that are happening here at Sweetwater, and I truly appreciate all that work that goes into that. And I think that concludes my report.
President Segura, if
Yes,
I
sir,
can add
go
something
ahead.
real quick. Thank you. I forgot, Dr. Aguirre and Mr. Shikowski did a presentation on the school safety, and it was really well done. And I know they received a lot of questions and other districts that don't have anything as close to what we have with our safety plan, so they came up to them and had a good conversation. And also, I did forget to mention with AB 2295 that passed, that was signed by the governor, that's what's allowing school districts to use school properties to build housing, workforce housing. And with that, we can work with the county, we can work with the County Office of Education, Chula Vista Elementary School Districts, any other school districts with our property, and we can look at that to make it more feasible. Thank you for that.
And I'm, as in attending the CSBA conference, I actually wanted to compliment Dr. Aguirre and Mr. Chikowski and what they presented too, because I went to another safety panel session, and it ended up being very, very lightweight in comparison to what we were actually presenting at that other conference. So it was really, really, really wonderful to see that we're really prepared for crisis situations and to prevent violence in our schools. So that was really nice. I just realized by the last meeting, Bonita Vista girls flag football team hadn't won the CIF championship, so I want to give them props, and also props to Sweetwater. For everybody in National City, as somebody who's been around National City my entire life, it means a lot to see the community get together, from Terry Rogers' great teams in the 80s to today. It's really wonderful to see National City and folks like Mark Baca and everyone gather around the team to offer this kind of support and to tell the young kids that, they're part of a larger tradition in the past, and that was really, really beautiful to see. And one last thing for me is just want to wish everybody, happy holidays, however you celebrate. Please take the time to rest. God knows we all need it, and be careful for this bug. It's really a bad one. But enjoy yourselves, enjoy the time with family, and have a happy new year as well. I look forward to seeing you here next year with better energies and better rested to be able to move forward in the school year.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Since everybody else has
Yes,
opined,
Trustee Emerald.
I came away with the same kind of feeling from that state school board conference too. It was kind of information light, and there was a lot of sales pitching going on. And I'll tell you, John Tchaikovsky is a gem. He really knows safety, and he has planned so well for any issues we might have. He's brilliant, and he really stood out. He kind of set the level for the discussion about safety on our campuses. So I was really impressed, and looking forward to working with him. Here we go again, shameless self-promotion. Later this spring on CPR AED training here in the district. So, and he's really eager to do it. But he made that conference, and I think everybody's sat up and took notice of what he was saying, and it was an important message. Day after tomorrow, Mr. Ringfield and Dr. Vernon Moore and I will be at Chula Vista High School for a Teams meeting with the Registrar of Voters to begin our scheming on our voter registration project, learning the rules of the road and making sure we're going to do it right. And we'll be reaching out to everybody here. If you haven't registered to vote, you're on our list, okay? We'll be reaching out to you. And again, happy holidays to everybody. Please be safe out there. Please extend your love to people around you. There's so much pain, as our president was saying earlier this evening, that I think we all need to go that extra mile to praise the people around us for what they do, to offer friendship and support. And I wish you all happy, happy holidays. Safe holidays, too.
Thank you. That concludes F3. We'll move to F6. And that's our organizational meeting. Deanne?
Correct. So you will be electing your new Board of Trustees officers for our next calendar year. The first office is president.
I'll nominate Trustee Dr. Arencibia as president.
Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Do I vote on this or do I recuse?
No, you can vote on it.
Okay, yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. The next office is vice president.
I'd like to nominate Ms. Lopez Cepeda.
I'll second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Next is to designate myself as clerk of the board.
So, second.
Vote.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Next is to designate Dr. Aguirre as secretary of the board.
Moved.
Second.
Vote.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Next would be to elect 2 members to serve on our subcommittees. The first subcommittee is the Audit and Finance Subcommittee.
I'd still be interested in doing that one more year, my last year.
Me too, if that's okay, because I've got a lot to learn, and
So
I'm learning
moved.
there.
There's 2.
So a
Vote.
motion for the current members.
Yes.
Could we have a second?
I will second.
Thank you. Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Next is the Facility Subcommittee.
I would like to join that one.
Can I would actually like to be on it if I can, if I may.
Sounds good.
So I'll nominate Lopez Zepeda and Dr. Arencibia for the
Second.
vote.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. And the last subcommittee is the Legislative Subcommittee.
I would like to stay on that one.
Me too.
So
Moved.
so moved. Nominate
I'll second.
Lopez Zepeda and Trustee Emerald.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Sure.
Lopez Zepeda? Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
That was smooth. That concludes F6, correct?
Correct.
So go to F8.
Yes.
That was pulled by me. I
Yes.
just wanted to thank everybody involved on the SEA. I know there's the CSEA and NAGE and all those involved in the other items below that. But I'd like to thank them for their collaboration and all the work they put in to get those contracts and on our general counsel and our director of labor and Dr. Getty and everybody on this board for helping to navigate that and make that a done deal, and appreciate the teachers voting at it at a very high level and others. So I just wanted I didn't want that to slip through, but I just truly appreciate that. And with that, I will make a motion to ratify that.
Second.
Vote.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
F13.
F13 is to appoint a delegate to the CSBA Delegate Assembly. Last month, if you recall, we were told we were going to be reduced to 1 appointed member. CSBA has delayed that action for a year while they further study that. So we now would need to appoint a member. Mr. Segura's term expires in March.
So I would be definitely interested in doing that one more year, if that's all right with everybody.
I move
Second.
nominate Segura.
Mr. Solis seconded.
Yes.
Thank you.
Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, everybody. G3.
Thank you, President Segura. This item is a report on artificial intelligence guidelines. As this landscape has been evolving really rapidly, and it was a little over a year ago when we first heard inklings of ChatGPT, which is one of the more popular versions. There's others, but this kind of changed the landscape, and there was a lot of questions about the appropriate use of artificial intelligence within an educational community. Now, there's broader questions about how it's going to be impacting the world writ large. For us, it's about education. How do we ensure that we're using it appropriately? Because there was a debate early on the appropriate approach. And so I think after a conversation, what we agreed upon was to establish a working group, a committee, if you will, led by Dr. Winters, because this is indeed posing a number of significant questions. And in doing a literature review and in having conversations with other experts at the local, state, and even national level, one of the things that became readily apparent is a need for us to establish at least a guide, because we understand this will evolve rapidly, to the point where policy or procedure may actually have a significant amount of lag time. This is the appropriate approach. I kind of want to call it a third way. We're not putting our head in the sand and ignoring the impact of artificial intelligence. We're not embracing it full-hearty. We're taking an approach that's been, again, part of this working group. It's been vetted, and I believe Dr. Winters has more information in terms of kind of how that conversation came about. I listened in on it. It was fascinating to hear the discussion that's already being led by the educators in our district. So that's the introduction of it. But with that, I hand it off to you, Dr. Winters.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre, and President Segura, members of the board. Welcome. I'd love to talk to you about the guidelines that we've created to date and a little bit about the process, which Dr. Aguirre already hinted at. We did convene a workforce or task force, and we asked several and many people to volunteer, from classified staff, in particular IT staff, teachers, administrators, counselors. We reached out to as many as we could to get involved that were able to go to the task force. And then as we created the draft guidelines, we sent out various versions and asked those of the task force to share with any and all of their members, colleagues, friends, and enemies, so we could get feedback from those guidelines to date. And so what you're going to see is that the first thing we thought about and when we got to the guideline is that we understood that AI is taking over my remote. It worked a minute ago, I kid you not. I tested it, Deanne. There we go. Okay. Whew. I know. Salud. One thing we understand about artificial intelligence is that it clearly provides opportunities and threats. And we wanted to create guidelines that would help us take advantage of those opportunities and mitigate against those threats. And so our approach, as we got out these guidelines to folks in the district, what we heard from many of them really encouraged us that we went the right track, because we heard the word balanced, that it was a real balanced approach to the use of AI. So we didn't kind of go all in as if AI was going to solve all our problems, nor did we feel like AI was going to, as we said at the end there, take over the world. So in those guidelines, really 3 themes emerged. And those themes are this. 1, explore with caution. So we feel like that phrase itself helps us take advantage of the opportunities, explore AI, but do it with caution, with our eyes wide open and being very careful. Second was ramp up security, because we understand that all technologies, including AI, put all of our data at risk. And so we need to be careful, and we're going to have some folks talk about how we're doing that, and we'll continue to do that in the future. And finally, educate, iterate, and learn. We know that it's guidelines, not a policy, because we know that it's going to evolve and change. And so we need to communicate what we're doing moving forward and learn from what we're doing as the tools evolve. So as a portion of the AI task force, these folks are going to talk to you tonight in this order. Mr. Almancado Fernandez, who's an assistant principal at Granger Junior High. Mr. Mark Brickley, a teacher at Bonita Vista Middle. Mr. Hernan Negrete Hernandez, who's a teacher at Southwest Middle. And Chris Alcaraz, who's on witness protection and also the director of IT. So without further ado, I'm going to have our first speaker come up to you, Mr. Almancado Fernandez, who will tell you a little bit about the benefit of human intelligence working with AI.
Hello, members of the board, Dr. Aguirre. We meet again. So, leading with human intelligence, right? So teachers interpret nonverbal cues and provide personalized guidance and support as needed. So we know AI is very efficient, very effective at giving us data, providing modifications, accommodations, but it lacks. There's a lot of things it lacks, and that's where our teachers, our staff, that's where they thrive, that's where they shine, right? So what do I mean with nonverbal cues? Well, we might have students putting their head down, looking up, and AI might think, oh, they're not interacting, they're not involved. Well, in truth, it might be that they have outside things going on, and that's where our teachers come in, use SEL to see what's happening, see why they're not interacting. So that's what it means, teachers interpreting nonverbal cues. And along with that, teachers provide emotional support, fostering empathy, and create a safe and inclusive learning environment. Because AI asks questions, and as teachers, we want to create a safe learning environment where all students are safe to answer questions, are not afraid of being wrong. And if AI asks a question, if it's the wrong answer, that's automatically it's incorrect. But that's where teachers come in, where we build on student learning, because we know when we make mistakes, that's when we're learning. So it's good that we have an AI, but our teachers are where it's that's where our teachers come in and create that learning environment that our students need to grow. Which leads to the final slide. Teachers excel in fostering critical thinking skills and creativity. All right? AI is very good in the step-by-step process. This is the first step, this is the next step, this is the final step, and this is your answer. But there's no creativity in that. Like I mentioned before, it has to do with having our students think beyond just step-by-step process. Having the teachers foster that so that our students keep on growing. And that's what we wanted to say with leading with human intelligence. There we go.
Good evening. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to present to you guys. And I really would like to...
Could you state your name, sir?
Oh, yes, sorry. I'm Mark Bickley. I'm a teacher at Bonita Vista Middle.
Thank you, sir.
And I want to kind of contextualize why this conversation is important. And ultimately, it comes down to preparing our students to enter the workforce. Every single day, AI is becoming embedded more and more in a vast majority of job sectors within our economy. And ultimately, if we do not bring opportunities for our students to become exposed to and experience and familiar with these technologies, they will simply be at a competitive disadvantage compared to that of their peers. Additionally, by bringing in these technologies into the classroom, it actually gives our teachers an opportunity to model what is appropriate use of this technology rather than simply what our students are being exposed to through social media and in conversations with their peers. And as a middle school teacher, I can tell you right now, all of our students are familiar with AI technologies. Even my 7th graders are currently talking about what AI is and how they can use it to meet their unique needs. And that leads us to the next part, which is how we can best support this endeavor, which is creating professional development, training all members of our organization on the benefits, but also the risks within AI from administrators, teachers, support staff, and students, and really focus on specific questions such as what exactly is it that we want our students to do with this technology, what is appropriate use of the technology, what is inappropriate use of the technology, and then ultimately how do we support our teachers, our educators that are implementing these technologies in the classroom, how do we provide support so that they can move up on the SAMR model so that they're moving away from simple replacement by taking AI and maybe having students look stuff up on AI versus Google, moving away from replacement and all the way up to redefinition where they are using AI in new and unique and profound ways that before were completely impossible before this technology was released. And by doing that, ultimately we will increase our student educational outcomes and provide better opportunities for our students going forward. From there, I would like to actually welcome Hernandez to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Hernan Negrete. I am currently a teacher at Southwest Middle, and I was very excited when I heard about this task force, and it was a pleasure joining it. For my part, I will be talking about how we are going to ensure pedagogical appropriateness. And to follow along with what my teammates have been saying, as Mr. Fernandez said, the use and the implementation of artificial intelligence has to also consider the fact that we have to bring in the human factor of how do we ensure that we have the teachers there. Artificial intelligence is not there to replace teachers. It's going to be used as a resource, as a tool. It's kind of like how the district 10 years ago implemented the use of iPads. At first, people were hesitant. They were like, no, this is not going to work. This is going to replace teachers. That's not what it's doing. It's going to be a resource. It's going to be a tool that's going to ensure that, we move forward with the AI because it's here to stay. And just like the other sorry about that. We've been talking about making sure that we use professional development for our educators, for anyone involved in the implementation of artificial intelligence. That's crucial because it is as a group that we will come to a consensus as to what is pedagogically appropriate for our students to do. It will be the teachers, the parents, the administrators, all of us as a group that will determine how we implement the use of artificial intelligence. And many other districts have been doing that. They've been working in groups. That's how they ensure that, you know, everyone comes to an agreement on how we're going to use it, you know, what is right and what is wrong for us to do, what do we feel comfortable as teachers doing in the classroom. And also the most important part of this is how do we monitor the effectiveness of the implementation of artificial intelligence. Is it really doing what we want it to do? Is it meeting our school's mission? Is it aligning with our objectives? Are we getting the students where we want them to be? Because let's not forget that we're doing all of this for the students are our number one priority. Their safety is the number one priority, and their academic development is also our priority. And these are some of the topics that we've discussed, and you know, we're more than happy to provide some information to you. So thank you.
Next up, we have Chris Alcaraz, our Director of IT, to talk about some of the issues of ramping up data security.
So I'm going to talk about the ramping up security for AI. So how we can do that is the 5 keys is data anonymization. How we can do that is when we're, for example, we're asking AI to analyze the table. We want to make sure that we hide the unnecessary fields for it to analyze. We also want to do the zero trust approach. Zero trust approach is we have to vet all the AI tools. Not all AI tools are created equal. So we have to actually vet those before we actually approve it in our system. Now, we also want to carefully assess all services. We have to look at their security protocols and privacy policies before we apply it. And we want to entrust humans with the last mile decision because AI tools are just tools. So we still want to make sure that our staff is still making the last minute decision. And also the last part is we want to train employees. We want to educate employees in order for us to implement our AI tools. Educating them is the key because these are just tools. If they don't know how to use it, it won't be useful. The next portion is about transparency. How to be transparent, we want to do data minimization. Like I mentioned before, we don't want to overshare. We only want to share what is needed. And for data protection, we should use appropriate technical and organizational measures to secure our data, such as encryption, authentication, access control, and backup and audit. And for data quality, we want to ensure that data that we use for our AI is high quality and of integrity. And the data explainability, we should always document and communicate the logic of why we use these AI tools. And the last one is practicing data ethics. We want to ensure that our AI is beneficial and responsible, human-centric, and it respects the rights and interests of our district. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Winters to wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, last but not least, I just want to talk about kind of the next steps. We have the guidelines such as you see them there, and our intention is the task force continue to meet to work on things like developing training tools. Mr. Brickley has already done some training at his school site, for example, and we want to share those tools with others. Communication tools, you heard the need to educate staff and students in the proper use of these tools moving forward. And maintaining and revising security. For example, one thing we saw is that we didn't want to quickly shut down ChatGPT like some districts did at first, but we did look at use terms. And ChatGPT says that it can be used with students up to age 13. Another one, Google Bard, said students should be at least 18 or older, so we close that off to student use. So we're looking at those terms of service very carefully to make sure that we don't have any softwares that we're using, AI or otherwise, that don't follow those guidelines. And so we're moving forward with these guidelines, and at this time we'd like to open up to any questions you may have of myself or the team that's here tonight.
Trustee Lopez-Perez.
My question is, yes, I like the training for the students, the training for the staff. How are you going to be training parents? What processes are going to be out there so parents understand how AI is being used for school?
Yeah, so one of those next steps was a communication plan, and that communication plan will include communications that are appropriate for parents. So when I think about communication, all the stakeholders that we mentioned there, student, staff, parents, community, it's just going to be an ongoing goal of sharing what we know as we know it and making people aware of it, because what we understand about data or data privacy, there's personal and organizational data out there, but also us as individual consumers, we all need to be wise about our interaction with technologies. So we'll have a communication plan that includes parents as well.
Okay. I have another question. Who are going to be the first adopters identified as? Because, you know, there's always those teachers. I was one of those. Oh, I volunteer. I want to do this. Oh, I want the big smart board, or I want the whatever. I was one of those, but not everybody is open to the use of it, of technology, especially AI. So how, is there a procedure, or is that being developed still? Identifying what teachers, what courseware, what courses would best benefit?
So I'll answer it this way. We already have a process by which we approve any software that's utilized in our district. And that process is vetted from both IT and legal before it is allowed to be used in any school, whether it has AI or any kind of technology. So at this point, any software that's been approved by that process is open for any teacher to utilize, including AI tools. So people like Mark Brickley, he's jumped up and using it already in his classroom and sharing with his staff best case uses of that technology. So the short answer is anyone can use the tools that have been approved.
Okay.
And so at that point, it's a matter of whether they're willing to give them a try, and then we'll have supports if they have any questions.
Okay. Thank you.
I've got a couple of questions, if I may, Mr.
Yes,
Segura.
Trustee
Okay, real quickly. Mr. Alcaraz, do you mind coming to the microphone, please? And while you're walking this way, you talk about not replacing people and, of course, the collaboration in groups, meeting learning goals.
Yeah.
First, what are the goals in learning, if there are any specifically? And then how do you make this accessible only to the intended user?
Well, so when we apply AI, we can apply it to be accessible only for staff or for students, and we can control that through access based on their logins. Is that the question that you were asking?
I think so.
Yeah.
And then you say we'll make decisions and have relevant information, using relevant. Who decides what's relevant and what's not?
So with the committee that we have, so we basically have a committee that are guiding this. So we're starting to build a guide. So it's the committee that will be deciding with it.
Okay, thank you very much. And to Dr. Winter, if I may, the speakers did, you know, they spoke to the educational curve, that side of thing, but it's not intended to replace people, but we've already discovered through stories we've all read in the newspapers that AI is, in some cases, replacing people. So how do we protect against, I guess, being farmed for information or these other players accessing our system?
Yeah, some questions are really difficult to answer because we think the guidelines help us in that respect in a couple ways. We said explore with caution. So we want people to use the tools, first of all, but with caution because we know that it's not unmitigated. There are some risks to using it. What we see, the best case uses of any technology is when that technology is used with a wise human, whether that be an accountant or a teacher or an administrator. If you use your skills that you have, and through those skills you also take advantage of the opportunities that AI provides you, or any technology, then we think you get the best case use of that tool. So I don't see any time in the near future where teachers are going to be replaced by AI, at least not in any world that I'm in control of. But I think we just need to keep honing our own skills and, again, use the tools that AI offers us to do our jobs better. But I just doubt that it's going to take over
That
maybe
brave
board
new
members,
world.
but not
You know, while we were in San Francisco at the school boards meeting, a story broke out of Brazil that a legislator, unknowing to him, wound up seeing a bill that he had been working on before the legislature, and it was voted into law. And this was the first he had heard that he had written a bill. It had actually been written through AI. And so that is a possibility. And I guess as we learn more about it, we're going to find ways to, shut down those pathways that those users might use to create something without our knowledge. Huh?
We definitely need to be vigilant, I agree.
Dr. Anansibia, did you have something?
No, a couple of things I think you want to keep in mind. I really appreciate the presentation. I think the most important thing that I've taken away from this is we have to AI doesn't have ethics. What's ethics is us. So what happens is we have to be the keepers of ethics to how we engage it. And the first thing that you're going to do, as soon as you say you can't use it to students, what the heck are they going to do? They're going to go use it. So I think it's a better idea just to usher it in with caution, as you say. And I think the last mile, humans make the last mile decisions. I think an answer to the previous question that we had, which is the fact that humanity will make human voices or ethical voices, hopefully, will make the last decisions. And I appreciate what you presented. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Trustee Lopez-Pérez.
This is a collaboration among elementary districts and Sweetwater. How are the other districts, the elementary districts, working on this? Or have they started developing any guidelines on this? Were they willing to share, or is it like, this is our stuff and no, you can't look at it?
Yeah, I didn't have any particular connection with any of our feeder districts on this particular question. We reached out to a couple folks in the community that were willing to talk to us about it, but I didn't make any explicit overtures to the feeder districts to know where they're at in this process at this time.
Okay, because there was a mention of the collaboration between Sweetwater and the feeder districts in part of it, or did I misinterpret?
Yeah, I don't think there was an explicit outreach to them. We're open to working with them if indeed we have.
It's a neonatal stage.
Common
Not even
interest.
quite not thinking about being born yet.
Okay. I'm sorry, I jumped the gun. I'll come back in a few months.
Superintendent?
Thank you, and that prompted a question. So for me, I think it's really important to acknowledge that there's going to be different applications for different stakeholders across the district. There's applications and utilization at its most core in the classroom and making sure we provide some guidance for our teachers and our students and our counselors and parents. There's going to be applications on the business side of the house as well. There's going to be applications for transportation and perhaps support with routing, bus routing and most effective and efficient routes. There's going to be applications for maintenance and tracking work orders. There's all different possibilities that we could anticipate. At this point, that's in the future. Part of the question is how quickly the fact it's called GPT is generative, and it's generative AI, which in theory indicates it's going to generate autonomous thoughts, which is that's the part where I think the last mile decision making is really critical to make sure we are aware and we manage for those concerns that we have. We've had conversations about issues that have already been identified just in this past year. Within the literature, this something exists that's called virtual hallucination, which is in essence, it makes things up. So that's one of the things we have to guard against, is making sure we're constantly checking. That's the last mile issue, as well as we have to be very, very aware that any system created by humanity inherently includes embedded biases by those who produced the system. So those are the reasons why we need to make sure that we are vigilant. Explore with caution, I think, is a very apt approach. And as this evolves, as the applications evolve, as the industry evolves, we want to make sure we continue to evolve with it, because we want to make sure that at the end of the day, there's kind of this paradigm now about AI and HI, HI being human intelligence. We want to make sure that HI and human intelligence is the rigorous process through which we make decisions, and by rigorous, all those components of which makes us human, rather than some automated formulaic decision, because at the end of the day, that is our role, and we don't want to abscond that responsibility. That is something that we take very seriously, for all of our stakeholders. I just wanted different stakeholders, different possible applications. And again, these are very broad because there are different possible applications.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, President.
Mr. Solis.
Yes, so, just a quick question. Are there, I know, Dr. Winters, you started talking about legal regulations with the age limits. Is there any other legal regulations to AI right now?
So any educational tool that we use has to comply with COPA, Child Online Privacy Protection, and FERPA, Federal Emergency, I don't know, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, those guidelines are ones by which all software tools, again, AI or not AI, they have to comply with those to be approved for any use in the district. And so we make sure that that is the case.
Okay, thank you. And so, I mean, it's kind of interesting. Every time I think of AI, I think of Skynet.
Terminator.
Terminator, yeah. It's one of those, it's interesting, because one of my kids has an IEP, and this actually helps her write different things, but when she sees it, she has to read it. She has to go back and edit it, and it'll come up with words that she wouldn't normally use. So it's one of those things where she learns new words from using AI, but she changes them to, of course, her vocabulary. So it's like a calculator. Most math teachers were like against using calculators. You know, it's like, no, you can't use it. But it helps. The kid continuously does 7 times 7 all the time. It's like they're going to remember it. So I think it's one of those things where it's interesting. It's an interesting tool. I don't know if it'd be beneficial to have like a survey with all our staff, teachers, parents, everybody, to see how comfortable they are with AI, what they know, what they don't know, what they would like to see happen to it or whatnot. I don't know if that's in the pipeline.
So I think as we consider kind of the communicating of this guideline, that's definitely something we can contemplate. So I'll look to Dr. Winters, who is, by the way, our survey guru, our human intelligence inspired human survey guru. So we can work with that with Dr. Wintershaw.
And you can have AI create the actual
Instrument.
surveys.
I like that idea a lot, yes.
Well,
Awesome.
the
Thank
other
you.
part too that it's kind of it's revealing is the dynamism of the industry right now, right? Because about 15 years ago, everybody had to learn code. What's the first job that's going to go when with AI? Coding is going to die. I mean, coders. I mean, the job of coding is going to die in a sense because it can be actually you can tell in artificial intelligence create code that's going to work for you, which is it's kind of paradoxical and contradictory, and so that's an interesting other topic. I'm sorry, but.
Again, there's a lot of applications. Quite frankly, the most advanced uses of this are probably going to be in the defense industry. I think we all probably acknowledge that. Our goal was to put forward some guidance when it comes to our industry, which is educational industry, in particular our school district, to do it in a way that meets the needs, yet at the same time provide some guidelines, guardrails for its use. And we'll continue to learn and evolve along with it.
Yes, so in wrapping this up, I would like to thank you for this, this report and this item. And I know that even in the world of ChatGPT and OpenAI, there's all kinds of drama around that. And Sam Altman, and he's leading, he's not leading, he's leading again. So, I mean, this is a super evolving and always moving and changing.
I think you should fire me and then hire me back tomorrow, just like Sam Altman. What do you think?
With lesser pay?
You bet, whatever you need.
So, yeah, I just truly appreciate this, and this is well needed. I know there was a lot of work involved in this, and I like a lot of the points the board members make, and including the, especially the collaboration with, our feeder districts. It's, I'm sure Chula is doing something. Vista is doing, elementary is doing something around this. If not, they should be. But I think, with them being our main feeder, I think that'd be a good idea. And I did learn at the conference that I attended, they talked a lot about this, was one of the main things they said over and over is like, do not put your name in when you're, which is like a very basic thing, right? You put your name in there, and that's in there forever, and that's how you're there. And never even thought of that. Not that I've never used it, but I could see how that could be an easy mistake, and or your district's name, or school's name, just things of that nature. Just and I know that's part of your presentation. So with that, thank you. And that moves us to H2.
Thank you, President Segura. This is the public-facing item regarding expulsion, so I'll ask Ms. Vicero to identify the items. Ms. Vicero?
I believe the board wanted to withdraw case 74, or I don't know if it was withdraw or pull.
Pull it.
Pull it and vote on it separately?
Yes.
Okay, so if you would like to make a motion to approve the item without case number 74?
So moved.
Move the second. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Gonna abstain.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. And then if you would like to have a motion to approve case 74?
So moved.
Second.
Move the second. Vote, please.
Sorry. Ringfield?
Abstain.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Abstain.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 abstention.
Thank you. Goes to K9, which is
Case 6, sir?
K6, the other one.
Yes, so K6 is the item where we present a report and recommend approval for the first interim report with a positive certification indicating financial obligations that can be met during the 24-25, 25-26 years. So with that, Dr. Salkeld.
Thank you, Dr. Geary, and again, good evening, Board of Trustees. So I'd like to present the first interim report with also stating that this is the first report that we've generated off of the Infor system. So it's been a significant lift over the last few months that the team in the finance department, along with other departments and fiscal services, along with IT's help, that we've been able to generate this report based off of that transition. So with that, these are the items that we'll be highlighting during this presentation. Obviously, the components of the education code, along with some various assumptions. We are in a unique time frame right now because the governor will be releasing the January proposal next month. So that'll certainly change some of those assumptions in the upcoming weeks. And then the impact with our multi-year projections. And so this just details here the specific education code, and with the first interim, it looks at the data through July. It starts with July through October 31st. Gives us a baseline of the actuals as we start to update our projections for this time frame looking ahead through June 30th. It is the board's first time since budget adoption to provide a certification. And as Dr. Geary mentioned just a bit ago, that we are recommending a positive certification. This is where the board looks at the current year plus 2 years out based on our current projections, if the obligations can be met. So positive would indicate that it can be met over that 3-year period. Qualified indicates that at least one of the years is not going to be met, and then negative, the current year wouldn't be met going forward. So this is opportunity to do that now, and then we'll revisit this again at second interim in March. Again, this is just a snapshot of where we've been, right? We've started with budget adoption. Now we also have incorporated into the first interim our unaudited actuals, what the CRO team shared today. So that does have our updated fund balances as we've prepared this particular report. And then looking ahead into the new calendar year starting in January, what we have ahead with the budget proposal from the state. Okay. The key assumption as we start to put together for first interim is looking at our revenues. We always look at our LCFF, our local control funding formula calculator. We work very closely with the county office. They review the details. And one component that did change since budget adoption back in June is our enrollment numbers. As much as we've been analyzing the data and we did account at the time during budget a decline in our 23-24 year and then the out years, working very closely with Dr. Winters and his team. But as you note here, we now have new data based on the California Basic Educational Data System, which is known as our CBEDS. That's the data that we pull, or the census date, as of the first Wednesday in October. With that, if you can see on the 23-24 year, we had originally during budget development assumed 35,510. That data as of early October was 35,263. So it's already an additional decline than what we projected. With that, we also revisited the 2 out years, and you can see that there's some changes there as well. So for the following year in 24-25, almost a little about 500 or so, or under 500. And then the subsequent year as well. So again, the trend is there, and we're seeing it in that data, and what Dr. Winters is looking at with the different cohorts coming in. Okay, so that's one key component. With that, a couple of other variables that changed, and we just got them kind of boxed here in green. A slight change with the cost of living adjustment. When we did the budget adoption, it was 3.54. After the state adopted the budget, it changed just a little bit to 3.94. So that's why you see that little over $1 million change. But I do have to caution here in this area, there has been quite a bit of discussion with the Legislative Analyst Office. What we're hearing that might be in the governor's budget next month is a COLA that can be as low as 1.27%. That change from 3.94 to 1.27 based on our projections is about a $12 million revenue reduction. At the same time, we're also hearing that 1.27 may not even be funded. So that was the conversation we were having with the county when they were reviewing the details here of the first interim. They were asking us about running scenarios. With that said, if it's not funded, if it's assumed at 0%, that could be as high as an $18 million revenue loss. So for next year. And so as we start to look at that in our MYPs and what it does to our fund balances, but there is some variability that's happening with the state, because right now they're reporting about a $68 billion state shortfall, and what that'll look like when it rolls out with how they implement it. So I just want to share that with the board, that component, because as you always hear me say a point in time. This is the information we have right now. These are published percentages and amounts per the Department of Finance or for the final budget from the state. Things may change next month. So when I bring that forward to you for second interim, you're going to see some changes. The other item that we're monitoring very closely is our average daily percentage. It certainly has not rebounded prior to the percentages that the district had prior to the pandemic, which was around 94%. But we made some just slight changes. Just 91.61 is what we had. We're just increase it to 92%. We are seeing some positive trends, might be a little bit higher, but we're cautiously monitoring that, and so we may have an update at second interim. Okay. The other change here to note is, and I've got this in asterisks here with the health and welfare premiums, what we built into these projections, because there were a lot of moving pieces with the timing of when the team had to complete, the finance team had to complete the interim with the same time when the bargaining was happening and the final TAs that came through. So we did incorporate that information, high-level entries with our health and welfare, because our cap did increase to $17,130 per those agreements. What you see here is an amount that is a budgeted amount. It's a budgeted amount, working closely with our benefits department and looking at the average across the board with the district's staff that utilize the health plans. So this is a $12,339 amount. So that is reflected into the budget right now for the projections. So that's noted. And then going into those multi-year projections, taking that information, so you can see from our revenue standpoint, their line 11, not much of a change from adopted budget, the 45-day update, and then the first interim. Where you see the changes are in the expenditures. Again, reflects on the unrestricted side, all the increases to the certificated, classified, and employee benefits. Employee benefits covers that health and welfare along with all the statutories. So as the base goes up, all those other statutories with STRS and PERS as an example will also go up. So that's factored there. So then looking at the net bottom line, it does show a deficit spend. And so that'll be something that you will hear from me now often going forward, is that we are deficit spending. We're utilizing the reserve, so you'll see here in the next slide. Over the course of the next few years is utilizing, you see that deficit spend in line 10 in the current year and in the out years. And that's taking then the declining enrollment as an offset. And then currently, based on these projections, the contingency that the board had set aside about 3%, in addition to the 2% economic uncertainty. In that 25-26 year, that's why I've got an asterisk on there too, it starts to go into that 3% at this point in time, based on our projections. Okay, so that $9 million is actually not the 3%, it's less than. But with this projection and because of those reserves, we're able to move forward with still a positive certification. Okay. And also just a snapshot of where we're at with our cash flows. Currently, our cash flows, they're in a good position. It's over $207 million. So we're good with meeting the obligations from a cash standpoint through the end of June. And then the remaining slides do reflect our restricted resources and what's been incorporated here. The team will still continue, the finance team over the next few weeks, continue to reconcile because of the timing of the bargained agreements, continue to reconcile the unrestricted and the restricted resources. So there's still some work ahead to have that updated through second interim. And with that, you also have your standardized account code structure report, which is known as the SACS. That's much more thorough. That's what goes to the County Office of Education as well as the California Department of Education.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, comments from the board? Trustee Solis.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Salkeld, for your presentation. Yes, we heard this at the CSBA conference about the deficit, so it did not feel good when we left there, but I don't feel bad that we're deficit spending because that's why we saved that money because we knew something like this was coming. The good news, I guess you could say, is David Alvarez, Assembly member from the 80th District, was just, well, he was appointed last week as a Subcommittee Education Finance Chair. So we have a friendly person there, so we need to reach out to him to make sure that he knows and understands the importance of getting us our full funding. So, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Solis. Superintendent?
Thank you, President Segura. So this is where I want to chime in and have a balanced conversation. And so on the positive end, I very much acknowledge all the work that's been happening across this district led by Dr. Salkeld, the board, and every staff member. That has allowed us to build up that level of reserves that was quite unprecedented. However, as you saw the enrollment, that's really the challenging issue, not just for our district, not just for our county, but really it's an issue across the state, if not the country. And so moving forward, we will need to work with a degree of judiciousness and being prudent with our decisions, because we are, as you saw, if you can go to that slide, the one right before that. If you can see that line 10, we are going to be deficit spending. And so we still have the ability and quite frankly, the blessing of another 2 or 3 years to where we understand where we're in a really solid place. But given the unknown, or at this point, anticipated variable of declining enrollment, our task is going to be to manage a soft landing, a parachute or gliding, if you will, down this declining enrollment hill rather than falling off a cliff. And I think the brain power is in this room. I'm not even going to go to artificial intelligence. The brain power is in this room to solve this matter, but we will need to manage how does our district become smaller? It's not a nature or matter of the program. It's a matter of demographics. It's a matter of the expensive nature of housing in our county. There's a lot of variables that are working against us. So on the side of strength, we have a very strong balance sheet. Again, we've been very cautious about that. But I would be remiss not to point that out, that the fact that we do anticipate a very strong declining enrollment, and based on the more recent demographic study we had, and we're in the process of updating it just to check on that, because the trend does seem to be slightly accelerating. What are those measures that we need to take? And and those are generally not easy measures. We don't have to make them today. We don't have to make them tomorrow. We have the ability to carefully plan and work through that. But I would be remiss if I didn't point that out, that at some point we will need to make some adjustments to reflect the fact that we're simply supporting and educating a smaller number of students. I think it would be imprudent for me not to point that out here. Again, not to cause alarm, not to say, oh my gosh, we have the ability to use time to our advantage. We have the ability to advocate with our state and federal representatives. We have some measures that we can use. But this is a phenomenon that's really impacting districts. It's at this point, it's beginning to affect the economy, I believe, with the studies I have read, and that's why there are less workers available across a myriad of industries, is there are now simply less human beings. So I just wanted to point that out. Again, I really appreciate the work for our first interim that Dr. Stockeld and her team has done. I appreciate the approach all of us have taken to be prudent, and very much appreciate and have much gratitude for the supports that came in from the federal and state governments. But now it's our task to kind of keep an eye on that. So I didn't want to move through this without pointing that out.
Thank you, Superintendent, and I appreciate you saying that, because that's our reality, and us who live this every day, including just about everybody here knows that. But that's what we all live and breathe, so I appreciate you mentioning that, and yeah, we do have some work to do. And do we have any other questions on that? If not, I'll entertain a motion for approve.
Second.
Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
And the motion is to accept the report?
Is
Yes.
to approve the first interim report with a positive certification.
Okay, will do. Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Takes us to M1, pulled by the public.
Yes, I have one speaker, Kathleen Shears.
I wanted to thank Ms. Quirk, Dr. Alvarez, Dr. Moore, and others for answering my agenda item email questions and comments prior to the meeting. It saves you all time. While I'm still in the process of reviewing all this agenda item numbers, I did come across info that needs clarification or correction. Page 10 of 22, entitled, I don't know if that's supposed to be a 2.4, active project budgets by site fund, Fund 40. Correct me if I'm wrong, as it is presented, the column on the right does not total 4 million plus, but rather 2 million plus, indicated in the left column. I could have reached out to Ms. Quirk on this, but wanted to drive home the message, the old brain is still sharp. President Segura, you've seen and heard a lot. Your hair was cold black when you started, sir. Superintendent Aguirre, you had a baby face and no gray hair. Been a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
Been a long time.
No further speakers.
Thank you.
Motion to approve?
Second. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And what takes us to finally to Q1.
This is a resolution to compensate Dr. Arencibia for the meeting he missed last month. It's recommended that he would abstain. No, you can stay. You just need to abstain when we vote.
So moved.
Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia? Abstain. Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 abstention.
And that concludes our meeting. Happy holidays, everybody, and we are adjourned.
Check off.